Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver threads of moonlight spilled through the crystalline windows of the Etherean spires, casting prismatic shadows across the ancient loom where Lyria Moonshadow stood, trembling. Her slender fingers hovered over the tapestry of reality, a living, breathing canvas of golden, silver, and midnight blue strands that pulsed with the heartbeat of Moria itself. Tonight was her initiation, the culmination of 20 years of rigorous training among the weavers of fate, those mysterious women who had guided the destiny of the realm since time immemorial. "Remember, child," whispered Elder Seraphina, her voice like rustling parchment. "Each thread represents a life, each knot a choice, each pattern a destiny. Choose carefully which strand to weave." The great loom towered before her, stretching upward into the misty heights of the spire, where even light seemed to bend and refract into something more ancient. Countless threads shimmered in the moonlight, some vibrant with potential, others fading as lives in the world below reached their conclusion. But there, in the center of the vast tapestry, gleamed a single thread of pure, molten gold, forbidden to touch, forbidden even to speak of outside the hallowed chamber of destinies. "I am ready," Lyria said. Though her voice betrayed her uncertainty, she raised the ceremonial silver shears, their edges honed to impossible sharpness, capable of cutting the very fabric of fate. The assembled weavers watched in solemn silence, their ageless faces impassive beneath hooded robes of midnight blue. Only Ivanora, the Grand Weaver, seemed to lean forward slightly, her emerald eyes gleaming with an intensity that made Lyria's heart quicken. Lyria's hand moved toward a fading silver thread, the predetermined choice for her initiation, the unremarkable life of a farmer in the distant plains whose time had come. But as her shears approached, the golden thread pulsed with sudden brilliance, as if calling to her. A whisper, not of sound, but of pure instinct, pulled at her consciousness, cut me, and set us all free. Her hand moved of its own accord. The silver shears closed not around the silver thread, but around the forbidden golden strand. Snip. The sound was quiet, almost inaudible, yet it echoed through the chamber like thunder. The golden thread fell away from the tapestry, and for a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the world broke. Light shattered across the chamber as the tapestry convulsed. Threads snapped and recoiled, weaving themselves into new, wild patterns. The weavers cried out in horror, their voices lost in the sudden tempest of magic that whirled through the spire. Only Ivanora remained still, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as chaos erupted around her. "What have you done?" Elder Seraphina cried, her aged face contorted in horror. Before Lyria could answer, the floor beneath her feet trembled. Through the crystalline windows, she watched as the sky above Etheria fractured like breaking ice, revealing glimpses of another reality behind it, a swirling cosmos of impossible colors and ancient, slumbering shapes beginning to stir. "Treason," came the cold pronouncement from the Council of Elders. "Exile." 3 moons had passed since Lyria Moonshadow had been cast from the floating citadel of Etheria, stripped of her weaver's robes and left to wander the lands below. 3 moons since the skies of Moria had begun to change, shimmering with auroras that whispered forgotten names. 3 moons since the first of the old gods had returned. The tavern in Ravencross was thick with the smoke of pipeweed and fear. Travelers spoke in hushed tones of strange sightings, enormous serpents writhing through mountain passes, forests that walked under the light of the fractured moon, ancient shrines long abandoned, now glowing with renewed power. They say, Mistress Thornwood's sheep gave birth to a lamb with 3 eyes and the gift of prophecy, muttered a merchant by the fire. Spoke in an ancient tongue before it was even done being born. Lyria sat alone in the corner, hood drawn low over her silver hair, nursing a cup of spiced mead she couldn't afford. Her exile had left her with nothing but the clothes on her back and the silver shears hidden in her boot, the one thing she had refused to surrender, even as they had pushed her from the edge of Etheria to fall through the clouds toward the unforgiving earth below. "You're her, aren't you?" The voice was low and rough, like stone grinding against stone. Lyria looked up to see a man towering over her table. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his face half hidden behind a wild tangle of black hair and beard. But it was his eyes that caught her attention, golden and slitted, like those of a predator. Not human eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, her hand sliding toward her boot. The stranger smiled, revealing teeth too sharp to be natural. "The weaver who cut the thread of binding, the one who began the unraveling." He sat down uninvited, his heavy cloak shifting to reveal glimpses of dark scales where skin should be. "My name is Thorn." "I didn't ask." "No, but you'll need to know it when you tell the tale of how we saved Moria, or perhaps doomed it." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "I can see them, you know. The threads always could, since I was cursed by one of your kind a century ago." Lyria stiffened. "That's impossible. Only weavers can see the strands of fate." Thorn laughed bitterly. "That's what they want you to believe. That's what they've wanted everyone to believe since they imprisoned the old gods and took control of the loom. The weavers have maintained the balance for millennia," Lyria said automatically, reciting the teachings that had been drilled into her since childhood. "Balance?" Thorn spat the word. "Is that what you call it? They've been maintaining a prison, a beautiful, elaborate prison for all of reality. And you," he pointed a finger tipped with a talon-like nail, "just cracked the foundation." Before Lyria could respond, the tavern door burst open. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the night sky, tall, elegant figures wrapped in midnight blue robes, their faces hidden beneath silver masks. The hands of fate, the weavers, enforcers. Lyria Moonshadow, the central figure intoned, voice resonating with unnatural power. "By order of Grand Weaver Evanora, you are to be returned to Etheria for judgment." The tavern fell silent, patrons shrinking back from the dreaded hands. Thorn stood slowly, his form seeming to expand as shadows gathered around him. "You'll have to go through me first," he growled, his voice no longer entirely human. "That can be arranged, Cursed One," the enforcer replied, raising hands that began to shimmer with silver light. The fight was brief and devastating. Thorn moved with impossible speed, his form shifting between man and something else, something scaled and ancient. The hands wielded powerful magic, silver threads manifesting as weapons that sliced through the air. Furniture splintered, walls cracked, and patrons fled screaming into the night. Lyria didn't wait to see the outcome. She slipped through the chaos and out the back door, fleeing into the forest beyond Ravencross. The sounds of destruction followed her, along with a bellowing roar that shook the very earth beneath her feet. Hours later, she huddled in the hollow of an ancient oak, catching her breath and trying to make sense of the madness her life had become. The snap of a twig made her freeze. "Impressive running," came Thorn's voice from the darkness. "Ah, for someone raised in the clouds." He emerged from the shadows, his clothes torn and bloodied, but otherwise unharmed. "You're not human," Lyria said flatly. Thorn shrugged. "Not entirely, not anymore. Your Grand Weaver saw to that when she cursed me for discovering her secret." He sat heavily on a fallen log. "But that's a tale for another time. Right now, we need to move. More hands will come, and next time they'll bring worse than magic. Why help me? What do you want? The same thing you do, whether you realize it yet or not." His golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. "To know the truth. To understand what you really did when you cut that golden thread." Lyria hesitated, then made a decision. "Tell me everything." And so, beneath the canopy of ancient trees that seemed to lean closer to listen, Thorn revealed the secret history of Moria, how the Weavers were not the creators of destiny, but its jailers. How the golden thread she had cut was the central strand of an elaborate enchantment cast millennia ago to imprison the old gods and reshape reality according to the Weaver's design. "In the world you know, the very history you've been taught is little more than an illusion," Thorn explained. "A beautiful cage crafted by Evanora and her predecessors." "But why would Evanora want me to cut the thread?" Lyria asked, remembering the strange gleam in the Grand Weaver's eyes. "She positioned me for the initiation. She knew." Thorn's expression darkened. "Because she seeks to reweave the tapestry herself. With the old enchantment broken and the old gods returning, there will be a moment, brief but real, when reality itself is fluid, malleable. She intends to seize that moment and remake everything according to her vision. And what do the old gods want? To reclaim what was taken from them, to restore the world to its original, wilder state." Thorn's hand unconsciously moved to a mark on his neck, 3 interlocking circles that seemed to shift and move in the dim light. "Whether that would be better or worse than Evanora's plan, I cannot say." Lyria stared up through gaps in the canopy at the fractured sky, where auroras danced and strange constellations were beginning to form. "And what do we do?" Thorn smiled, and in the moonlight his teeth gleamed sharp and predatory. "We find the loom of reality, the true one, not the pale imitation in Etheria. We learn to weave our own pattern." "Is that even possible?" "I don't know," he admitted. "But I'd rather die trying than live in someone else's dream for another day." As if in response to his words, the ground trembled beneath them. In the distance, beyond the forest's edge, an impossible mountain was forming, its peak reaching toward the shattered sky, a mountain that had not existed when the sun had set. The world was changing. Reality was unraveling, waiting to be rewoven, and Lyria Moonshadow, the exile who had broken the golden thread, felt for the first time not the weight of catastrophic mistake, but the stirring of something else. Possibility. The patterns of fate were shifting, and she was no longer merely a thread in someone else's tapestry. She was becoming a weaver of her own destiny. Story 2. Midnight oil lamps cast long shadows across the obsidian floor of Prince Dorian Nightshade's chambers as he stood before the full-length mirror, unwrapping the bandages from his left arm. The fabric fell away to reveal skin transformed, no longer flesh, but polished black stone that caught the lamplight in glints of dark brilliance. He flexed his fingers, watching as the joints moved with unnatural fluidity despite their petrified state. The curse had claimed his arm to the elbow now, and when he pressed his living fingers against the stone, he felt nothing, neither warmth nor pressure, only absence. 3 days since his father's burial, and the curse had advanced more in those 3 days than in the previous 3 years. "My lord?" A servant's voice called softly from beyond the heavy oak door. "Lady Selene of the Twilight Court has arrived, as requested." Dorian quickly rewrapped his arm, the white linen stark against his midnight blue robes. "Send her in." The woman who entered moved like liquid shadow, her footfalls making no sound against the stone floor. Half human, half creature of the shadow realm, Selene was a contradiction made flesh, both solid and insubstantial, her edges seeming to blur in the dim light. Silver eyes studied him from beneath a hood lined with starlight. "Prince Dorian," she said, her voice carrying the faint echo characteristic of her kind, "I was sorry to hear about your father." "Were you?" Dorian gestured to a chair, but Selene remained standing. "The last time your people and mine met, blood was spilled." "Ancient history," she replied with a dismissive wave. "4 generations passed, and yet its consequences live on." Dorian held up his bandaged arm. "The curse accelerates. The court physicians give me 1 month before I am entirely stone." Selene's expression softened imperceptibly. "So the rumors are true, and now you seek the labyrinth of forgotten echoes. Can you guide me there?" "I can." Her silver eyes narrowed. "But why should I?" Dorian crossed to an ornate chest, unlocking it with a key that hung around his neck. From within, he withdrew a crystal vial filled with swirling midnight blue liquid. "In the collected tears of 1,000 shadow children, gathered by my great-grandfather before he placed the curse upon your people. Return these to the Twilight Court, and their souls will finally find rest." Selene's composure cracked, her form momentarily losing solidity as shock rippled through her. "The lost children of the Veil," she whispered. "We thought them gone forever. Guide me to the labyrinth, and they return to your people. You have my word as heir to the throne of thorns." Her silver eyes studied him for a long moment. "We leave at dawn." The journey to the Forbidden Mountains took 7 days, each passing hour marked by the slow, inexorable spread of the curse. By the time they reached the jagged peaks that pierced the perpetually storm-dark sky, the petrification had claimed Dorian's shoulder and begun to creep across his chest, a network of obsidian veins spreading beneath his skin. "There." Selene pointed to a narrow cleft between 2 towering crags. "The entrance to the labyrinth of forgotten echoes." Lightning split the sky, illuminating a path that wound treacherously up the mountainside. Rain lashed at them as they climbed, the stones slick beneath their feet. Dorian's petrified arm proved both blessing and curse. Immune to fatigue, but heavy as lead, throwing him off balance on the narrow trail. The cleft in the rock face was barely wide enough for them to pass through single file, the stone walls pressing close on either side. As they squeezed through the narrow passage, the howling of the storm faded, replaced by a profound, waiting silence. They emerged into a vast, circular chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls lined with countless archways leading off in every direction. At the center of the chamber stood a pool of water so still it seemed solid, reflecting the soft blue light that emanated from nowhere and everywhere at once. "The crossroads of memory," Selene whispered, her voice multiplying into a chorus of whispers that echoed back from the countless passages. "Choose wrongly, and we wander forever." Dorian approached the pool, looking down into its mirrored surface. Instead of his reflection, he saw a young woman with his same raven-black hair and eyes the color of amethysts, a face from the royal portraits that lined the Hall of Ancestors. "Grandmother," he whispered in disbelief. The reflection smiled sadly, then lifted a spectral hand to point at an archway directly across from where they had entered. An arch adorned with carvings of intertwined thorns and shadows. There, Dorian said with certainty. That is our path. Celine looked skeptical. How can you be sure? Family guidance, he replied cryptically, already striding toward the indicated passage. The archway led to a spiraling staircase that descended deep into the mountain, the steps worn smooth by the passage of countless feet over countless years. As they descended, the blue light gradually shifted to a deep, pulsing purple. The air grew thick with the scent of ancient magic, like lightning, metal, and crushed herbs. At the bottom of the staircase, they found themselves in a corridor lined with mirrors, each reflecting not their present selves, but moments from the past. Dorian saw his father's funeral, his own childhood, the moment of his birth, and further back, events he could not possibly have witnessed. His great-grandfather standing before the twilight court, his hands raised in either supplication or threat, shadow creatures fleeing across a midnight plain, a terrible darkness rising from a shattered mountain. Do not linger on any reflection too long, Celine warned, her voice tight with strain. In the mirrors steal time from those who gaze too deeply. They hurried forward, eyes averted from the hypnotic images, until the corridor opened into a circular chamber dominated by a magnificent crystal throne. Upon it sat a figure that seemed both ancient and ageless, a woman with skin like moonlight and hair that moved of its own accord, rippling like dark water though no breeze stirred the chamber. "And the Lady of Whispers," Celine breathed, dropping immediately to one knee. The lady's eyes opened, eyes without pupils or whites, just swirling vortices of silver mist. "Dorian Nightshade," she said, her voice a symphony of whispers layered one atop another. "Last of your line, bearer of the stone curse, prison of the void serpent, you have come seeking release." Dorian stepped forward, his cursed arm hanging heavy at his side. "You know why I'm here. I know all that echoes in this place." The lady rose from her throne, her movements fluid as mercury. "I know the truth your ancestors hid from you. I know the choice you must make." "Then tell me how to break this curse," Dorian demanded. The Lady of Whispers drifted toward him, her feet never quite touching the ground. "The stone curse is not what you believe it to be. It is not punishment for your great-grandfather's crimes against the Shadow People. It is protection, a prison of living flesh and blood." She placed a hand upon his chest, directly over his heart, where the black stone had begun to spread. 4 generations ago, the Void Serpent, an entity of chaos that predates the founding of Moria itself, broke through the veil between worlds. Your great-grandfather, King Alaric the Wise, could not destroy it, could only contain it. And so he bound it to his own bloodline, transforming his descendants flesh to stone, creating a living prison to contain a force that would otherwise devour the world. Dorian staggered back, his mind reeling. "You're saying the curse isn't turning me to stone, it's using my petrified body to contain this." "This thing, with each generation the binding grows weaker," the lady continued relentlessly. "With your father's death, the burden falls solely to you, and the serpent senses its opportunity. It pushes against its prison walls, accelerating the transformation. And if I am completely transformed to stone?" Dorian asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. "And then the binding is complete, and you become an eternal prison, conscious but unmoving for all time." The lady's swirling eyes seemed to look through him, beyond him. "Or you can choose to break the curse, to free yourself, and in doing so, release what your bloodline has contained for generations." Celine spoke up, her voice sharp with sudden understanding. "That's why the shadows feared your family. Not because of what your great-grandfather did to us, but because of what would happen if your line ended." The lady nodded solemnly. "The choice is yours, Prince Dorian. Freedom for yourself, or continued imprisonment to protect the world. Dorian looked down at his petrified arm, the obsidian surface gleaming in the otherworldly light. Is there no other way? No means to destroy this void serpent once and for all? There is always another way, the lady said enigmatically, for those willing to seek beyond the echoes of the past. She gestured, and the air beside her throne shimmered, revealing a small archway that had not been there before. Beyond it lay not another chamber, but a swirling vortex of stars and shadows. Through there lies the realm between realms, where the rules of reality are flexible. If a solution exists, you will find it there. But beware, few who enter ever return, and those who do are seldom the same. Dorian looked to Celine, who met his gaze steadily. The children of the Vale have waited 4 generations for justice, she said quietly. They can wait a little longer. He turned back to the Lady of Whispers, his decision made. I will find another way. Not freedom for myself at the world's expense, nor endless imprisonment as a living statue. There must be a third path. The lady's lips curved in what might have been a smile. The echoes of the labyrinth, remember your great-grandfather saying much the same. She stepped aside, gesturing toward the dimensional doorway. Aye, the path awaits, Prince of Stone and Shadow. Dorian took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling the petrification spreading with each beat of his heart. Celine moved to his side, her form shifting between solidity and shadow. You don't have to come, he told her. Someone needs to make sure you don't get lost between worlds, she replied, with a hint of a smile. Besides, I have a feeling our destinies are more intertwined than either of us realized. Together they stepped through the archway, vanishing into a swirl of cosmic light and primordial darkness. A prince half turned to stone and a woman half turned to shadow, seeking a path that had never before been tread. Behind them, the Lady of Whispers returned to her crystal throne, settling in to wait as she had waited for countless ages. The labyrinth of forgotten echoes fell silent once more, holding its secrets close and adding 2 more seekers to the long list of those whose footsteps had disappeared into legend. But this time, perhaps, the echo would end differently. Story 3. The floating islands of Celestia hovered like great pearls against the azure sky, their crystalline spires reaching toward heaven, while waterfalls cascaded endlessly from their edges into the misty abyss below. On the smallest of these islands, perched at the very edge of the archipelago, stood the ancient monastery of the divine constellation, where the sacred words of the prophecy of the 3 crowns had been preserved for 1,000 years. When 3 crowns unite beneath the bleeding star, the veil between the worlds shall fall, and Moria's fate shall hang upon the choice of one who bears the first crown's call. For centuries, scholars and kings had interpreted these words to mean salvation, that when the 3 lost crowns of the ancient kingdoms were reunited, the prophesied champion would save Moria from destruction. None suspected the true meaning hidden within those deceptively simple lines, least of all Ilara Oradorn, who knelt in the monastery's herb garden, blissfully unaware that by sunset her entire world would shatter. Ilara, the head monk requires your presence immediately, Brother Thaddeus called from the stone archway, his usually calm voice tinged with urgency. She brushed soil from her hands, tucking a wayward strand of silver-white hair behind her ear. Today was her 18th birthday, though she had mentioned it to no one. The monks who had raised her since infancy marked no such occasions. Time, they taught, was merely an illusion that bound lesser minds. The monastery's inner sanctum was rarely opened, its circular chamber dominated by a great celestial orrery that mapped not just Moria's constellations, but realms that existed beyond mortal comprehension. Head monk Orisian stood beneath it, his ancient hands trembling as they held a small wooden box inlaid with opalescent shell. "The bleeding star rises tonight," he said without preamble as she entered. "And you are in grave danger." Before Ilara could respond, he pressed the box into her hands. "This belonged to your mother. We were instructed to give it to you upon your 18th year, when the truth could no longer be hidden." The box's lid swung open at her touch, revealing a delicate silver circlet set with a single moonstone that pulsed with inner light. As Ilara lifted it, the stone flared brilliantly, casting prismatic patterns across the chamber walls. "The crown of Solaria," Brother Orisian whispered, dropping to one knee. "The first crown of the prophecy. And you, Ilara Oradorn, are the last living descendant of Queen Lyria the Luminous." The room seemed to spin around her. "That's impossible. I'm an orphan." "A nobody. You are the heir to the first crown, hidden here by your mother before the fall of Solaria," Orisian said gravely. "The Obsidian Queen has hunted your bloodline for 18 years, and tonight, when the bleeding star reaches its zenith, her Knights of the Iron Mask will come for you." As if summoned by his words, the monastery bell began to toll, not the measured rings for prayer, but the frantic clanging of alarm. "Would they're already here," Orisian breathed, face paling. "You must flee. Now." He pressed a sealed parchment into her hands. "Find the mercenary who calls himself Shadowblade. This token will secure his aid. Trust no one else." The world Ilara had known for 18 years dissolved into chaos within moments. The peaceful monastery erupted with the sounds of breaking glass and the metallic clang of weapons. Monks who had spent decades in contemplative study now wielded ancient artifacts against armored assailants whose faces were hidden behind masks of gleaming iron, their cloaks as black as midnight. Clutching the crown and parchment to her chest, Ilara fled through passages she had known since childhood, the knowledge of hidden exits and secret tunnels, now her only advantage. Behind her, flames began to consume the only home she had ever known. The hidden path down the cliffside was treacherous, narrow steps carved into the living rock, slick with the eternal mist from the waterfalls. One misstep would send her plummeting into the endless abyss that separated the floating islands from the world below. Yet Ilara descended with desperate speed, the silver circlet burning cold against her skin where she had hidden it beneath her robes. At the base of the stairs waited a skiff moored to an ancient dock, the monks' only connection to the world below, rarely used and jealously guarded. As she untied it with trembling hands, a voice called from the shadows. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Those skiffs are notoriously temperamental." Ilara whirled, a small knife, her only weapon, clutched in white-knuckled fingers. A man stepped from the shadows, tall and lean, his face half hidden beneath a hood of dark leather. What was visible of his countenance was all sharp angles and watchful eyes, a scar bisecting one eyebrow. At his hip hung a sword whose hilt was wrapped in shadow silk, the legendary material that absorbed light rather than reflected it. "Kieran Shadowblade," he said with a mocking half-bow. "I believe you were expecting me." "How did you find you before you found me?" His smile was quick and sharp as a blade. "Let's just say I've been watching the monastery for some time. The Knights of the Iron Mask aren't known for their subtlety." Above them, a section of the monastery collapsed in flames, sending burning debris cascading into the abyss. Ilara felt each falling stone like a physical blow. "We need to go. Now." Kieran moved toward a sleek vessel moored in deeper shadow. A skyship, its hull gleaming with runic enchantments, its sails made of the same light-drinking shadow silk as his sword. "Unless you fancy explaining to the knights why you're carrying the crown of Solaria." "How do you know about the crown?" Ilara's grip tightened on her knife. Because I've spent the last decade searching for it. With a fluid movement, he pushed back his sleeve, revealing an intricate brand upon his forearm, a crown wreathed in flames. Just as I've spent my life hiding from those who would kill me for what I carry. The brand began to glow within a fire, and from within his cloak he withdrew a circlet of red gold set with a ruby that burned like a captive flame. "The second crown," Ilara whispered. "Or the crown of Emberhold. And now we need to find the third, before the bleeding star reaches its zenith," Kieran said grimly, extending his hand. "Your choice, princess. Trust me, or take your chances with them." He nodded toward the stairs, where armored figures had begun to descend, their iron masks gleaming dully in the firelight from the burning monastery. Ilara took his hand. The kingdom of Moria stretched beneath them as Kieran's skyship sliced through cloud and sky, its enchanted hull allowing it to descend into the waves when they reached the great dividing sea. For 3 days they traveled, Kieran revealing little about himself beyond his connection to the second crown. He was a man of shadows and sharp edges, answering questions with questions, his eyes constantly scanning horizons as if expecting pursuit. Yet in rare moments of quiet, Ilara glimpsed something else, a weariness, a weight of knowledge that seemed too heavy for his shoulders. "The prophecy speaks of the veil falling when the crowns unite," she said on the third night, as they sat beneath stars, unfamiliar to her monastery-bound eyes. "What does it mean?" "It means exactly what it says," Kieran replied, his gaze fixed on the eastern sky, where a star burned red among its silver brethren. "But not in the way generations of scholars have interpreted it. You speak as if you know the truth. I know enough to be afraid." His eyes met hers across the small fire that burned upon the ship's deck. "The Obsidian Queen knows too, which is why she hunts us, not to prevent the prophecy, but to control it." He fell silent as they approached their destination, the sunken ruins of Atlanthea, ancient seat of the Third Crown. Once a magnificent coastal kingdom, it had been consumed by the sea in a single night of cataclysm 5 centuries ago. Now, only the tallest spires of its palace broke the surface, gleaming dully in the moonlight. As they anchored the skyship beside one such spire, the water around them began to glow with an eerie blue light, illuminating the ghostly outlines of streets and buildings beneath the waves. The path will appear only under the light of the bleeding star," Kieran said, gazing into the depths. "We must dive now, while the light guides us." The descent into the sunken city was like entering a dream. Enchanted necklaces of air pearls allowed them to breathe underwater, while the bleeding star's light cast everything in shades of crimson and shadow. They swam through the skeletal remains of what had once been the most magnificent city in Moria, past crumbling statues and collapsing archways, following the pulsing light that seemed to emanate from deep within the palace's heart. In the throne room of the drowned kings, they found it, a crown of white gold and sapphires, untarnished by 5 centuries beneath the waves, resting upon the skull of Atlanthea's last monarch. The moment Ilara lifted it from its resting place, all 3 crowns began to glow with increasing intensity. Silver moonlight, ruby flame, and sapphire depths calling to one another across the chamber where Kieran stood guard. "We've found them all," she breathed, her voice strange in the bubble of enchanted air that surrounded her head. "And now we must unite them beneath the bleeding star and fulfill the prophecy. Is that what you still believe?" Kieran's voice was tight with tension. "That uniting the crowns will save Moria?" Before she could answer, the water around them began to churn, and a figure materialized from the swirling currents, a woman clad in armor black as obsidian, her face concealed not by an iron mask, but by a veil of shifting darkness. "The Obsidian Queen," Kieran hissed, drawing his shadow silk blade, which cut through water as if it were air. "I thank you for finding the third crown for me." The Queen's voice rippled through the water. "Now I will take all three, and with them, control of the prophecy. You cannot control what you do not understand," Ilara found herself saying, though she knew not from where the words came. "Oh, but I understand perfectly," the Queen laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "When the three crowns unite beneath the bleeding star, the veil between worlds will fall, not as a metaphor, child, but literally. The barrier that has kept the ancients imprisoned for 10,000 years will collapse." Ilara felt the truth of it resonate within her bones. The prophecy was never about salvation. "It was a warning," Kieran said quietly. "One deliberately obscured by those who serve the ancients, beings of such power that their return would unmake the world as we know it, and remake it as it should be," the Queen countered. "With those wise enough to serve the ancients elevated to rule the new order." The three crowns pulsed in unison, their light growing stronger as the bleeding star reached its zenith far above the waves. In that moment of clarity, Ilara understood her choice, the choice foretold by the prophecy itself. She could unite the crowns as generations had believed she should, unwittingly unleashing forces beyond comprehension. Or she could defy the destiny written for her, breaking the cycle that had been set in motion 1,000 years ago. "The prophecy speaks of choice," she said, meeting the Queen's veiled gaze. My choice?" With sudden decision, she thrust the third crown toward Kieran. "Take it and go." As he caught it reflexively, she channeled all her newfound power into the first crown upon her brow. Silver light exploded outward, freezing the water around the Obsidian Queen into a temporary prison. "What are you doing?" Kieran shouted as the palace began to collapse around them. "Changing the prophecy." Ilara smiled sadly. "The veil will not fall today. Find me when the next bleeding star rises." Before he could respond, she sent a final surge of power through the moonstone crown. A blinding flash illuminated the ruined throne room, and Kieran found himself standing on the deck of his skyship, the third crown clutched in his hands, watching as the spires of Atlanthea sank completely beneath the waves, taking both the Obsidian Queen and Ilara with them. Above, the bleeding star dimmed, its time of power passing. The prophecy remained unfulfilled, its ancient words rewritten by the choice of one who had refused her destined path. But deep beneath the waves, in a pocket of air and magic created by the first crown's power, Ilara Auradorn opened her eyes. The game had changed. The prophecy had changed. And when the bleeding star rose again, the true meaning of the three crowns would finally be revealed. Story 4. The sacred chambers of Azurath stood empty, its ancient alabaster walls reflecting the cold moonlight that streamed through shattered skylights. Where once the eternal flame had burned for 10,000 years, a living covenant between dragonkind and humanity, now only ashes remained. And where the last dragon egg in all of Moria had rested upon its crystal pedestal, protected by spells woven by the greatest mages of 7 generations, there was nothing but emptiness. Thorn Emberfall felt the cold bite of enchanted manacles around his wrists as the royal guardians marched him through the grand corridors of Azurath's inner sanctum. Tapestries depicting the ancient flame pact, signed in blood and fire by Queen Ilara the Wise and Paraxus the Magnificent, seemed to watch his passage with woven eyes that held no mercy. "The council has found you guilty of high treason, violation of the sacred covenant," and theft of the last hope of dragonkind, intoned Lord Magistrate Drevius, his voice echoing through the marble hall. The sentence is exile beyond the mist wall. May the gods have mercy on your soul, for the dragons shall not. I'm innocent, Thorn said, his voice steady despite the weight of the false accusations. Someone has orchestrated this. The egg was already gone when I arrived. Convenient words from the only mage in 7 kingdoms with the power to dismantle the ancient wards, sneered Chancellor Vex, the thin man's eyes gleaming with poorly concealed triumph. And your family has always been too close to the dragons. Perhaps you sought to control what should never be controlled. Thorn's amber eyes flashed with barely contained rage. For generations, the Emberfall family had served as keepers of the Flame Pact, their magic uniquely attuned to the ancient draconic energies that sustained the alliance. His father had died protecting the flame during the Northern Wars. His sister had sacrificed herself to reinforce the sacred wards just 5 years past, and now he, the last of his line, was being cast out as a traitor by politicians who had never understood the true meaning of sacrifice. They brought him to the Eastern Gate, the massive doors already open to the wildlands beyond. No supplies, no weapons, not even a cloak against the bitter mountain winds. A proper execution would have been more merciful than exile beyond the protective barrier of the Mistwall, where ancient creatures untamed by any pact roamed free. May your death be painful and prolonged, whispered Chancellor Vex as the guards shoved Thorn through the threshold, as befits a traitor to all of Moria. The gates swung shut with a finality that echoed through the mountain pass. Alone, with nothing but the clothes on his back and the arcane knowledge in his mind, Thorn Emberfall began his descent from the holy city, the biting wind numbing his exposed skin as clouds gathered overhead. He had barely reached the first switchback when lightning split the sky and thunder rolled across the peaks. The storm was unnatural, too sudden, too focused. Thorn raised his shackled hands instinctively, calling upon the defensive magic that had saved his life countless times during his expeditions beyond the 7 kingdoms. But the enchanted manacles absorbed his power, leaving him defenseless as the clouds spiraled downward, taking shape before his eyes. Massive wings, the color of burnished copper, unfurled from the storm. A sinuous neck emerged, followed by a head crowned with horns of ivory and gold. Scales that shimmered between amber and deep crimson caught what little sunlight penetrated the clouds, creating an aura of living flame around the colossal dragon that now hovered before him, her wings creating gusts that nearly knocked him from the narrow path. Kaida, Thorn breathed, instantly recognizing the Dragon Empress from the ancient texts he had studied since childhood. The dragon's eyes, vertical pupils surrounded by irises the color of molten gold, fixed upon him with an intelligence that transcended species. When she spoke, her voice resonated not through the air, but directly within his mind, each word carrying the weight of centuries. Thorn Emberfall, last of your bloodline, betrayed by those you served faithfully. Have you come to execute me yourself? He asked, straightening his back. And I would consider it an honor compared to what awaits beyond the mist wall. A sound like distant thunder rumbled from the dragon's chest. Laughter, Thorn realized with surprise. I have not come to end your life, mage, but to offer you a choice. The theft of the last egg, my egg, was not of your doing. I know this as surely as I know the currents of the wind. Hope kindled in Thorn's chest for the first time since the guards had dragged him from his bed 3 nights ago. Then you know who is responsible? Not who, but what. An ancient evil stirs from slumber deep beneath the crystal mountains. It whispers in the minds of the weak and corrupt, turning allies against one another, feeding on chaos and discord. It has manipulated your kind and mine, orchestrating this theft to shatter the flame pact that has kept it bound for 10,000 years. She descended further, massive talons grasping the mountainside as she brought her head level with Thorn's position on the path. I propose an alliance, Thorn Emberfall. Help me recover my egg, and I shall reveal the truth behind your false exile. Together, we may yet save both our kinds from that which hungers to devour the world. Why me? Thorn asked, though his heart already knew the answer. Because your bloodline alone carries the essence of both human and draconic magic, a gift from the original pact passed down through generations, and because, like me, you now have nothing left to lose. With a casual flick of one talon, she shattered the enchanted manacles around his wrists. Power flowed back into Thorn's body, his magic surging through his veins like wildfire. I accept, he said, rubbing his freed wrists, though I don't see how we'll track an egg that could be anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms by now. Kaida's massive jaws curved in what might have been a smile. We begin where all ancient evils slumber, in the depths beneath the crystal mountains. But first, we seek wisdom from those who remember the time before the pact. Without warning, she seized Thorn in one massive talon, surprisingly gentle for a creature who could crush boulders with casual ease. Then she launched into the sky, wings creating thunder as they climbed above the storm, soaring toward the prismatic peaks of the Crystal Range. The Whispering Forest lived up to its name. As Thorn followed Kaida's human form, a tall, copper-skinned woman with eyes of molten gold and hair the color of flame, along the narrow path, the trees seemed to converse in rustling secrets. They remember, Kaida said softly, her voice musical in this smaller form. The trees of this forest were saplings when the world devourer last walked among us. Yet they speak in riddles, Thorn replied, hearing nothing coherent in the whispers that surrounded them. 3 days had passed since their departure from Azurath, 3 days of flight over landscapes he had only read about in the ancient texts, the glass desert, the celestial falls, and now the legendary Whispering Forest. All truth is a riddle to those unprepared to hear it, Kaida answered cryptically. We seek the Grove of Echoes, where the eldest tree still holds memories of the time before time. The path widened, eventually opening into a perfectly circular clearing. At its center stood a tree unlike any Thorn had ever seen. Not particularly tall, but impossibly wide, its trunk large enough to house a small village. Its bark spiraled in patterns that hurt the eyes if observed too long, and its leaves shimmered between emerald and silver as they caught the dappled sunlight. Kaida approached, reverently, placing her palm against the ancient bark. "Father of forests," she intoned formally, "we seek your wisdom regarding that which slumbers beneath the crystal mountains." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the patterns in the bark began to shift and flow, forming a face of incredible age and solemnity. "Dragon Empress," rumbled a voice that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, "and human mage with dragon's fire in his veins. Long has it been since such an alliance stood before me." "The flame pact is broken," Kaida said. "The last egg stolen. We believe the world devourer orchestrates events from its prison." The ancient face in the tree bark contorted with something like fear. "The seals weaken. For centuries I have felt it stirring, sending its influence like tendrils through the dreams of the corrupt and power-hungry. The theft of your egg is but one thread in its grand design." "How do we find the egg?" Thorn asked, stepping forward. "And how do we stop this entity from breaking free completely?" "The egg and the entity are now one and the same," replied the eldest tree. "The world devourer seeks a new vessel, one with the potential to contain its vast consciousness. A dragon egg, especially the last of its kind, provides the perfect vessel for rebirth." Horror dawned on Kaida's face. It plans to hatch within my child. Not hatch, consume and transform. If it succeeds, it will possess powers of both earth and sky, flesh and fire. The face in the tree shifted, branches creaking as the ancient being considered its next words. You must seek the chamber of binding beneath the tallest of the crystal mountains. There, where the original pact first imprisoned the world devourer, you will find your egg and those who have been corrupted to serve it. Chancellor Vex, Thorn whispered, pieces falling into place. He engineered my exile. He must be working for this entity. Many have fallen under its sway, confirmed the eldest tree, some knowingly, others as unwitting pawns. To recover the egg before the transformation completes, you will need that which was forged at the signing of the original pact. One of the tree's branches dipped low, offering a small object nestled among its leaves, a medallion of metal that seemed to shift between silver and gold, inscribed with runes that glowed with inner fire. The Heartfire amulet, Kaida breathed. And I thought it lost for millennia. I have safeguarded it for this day, the tree rumbled. Together, dragon fire and human magic channeled through this amulet can purge the corruption from the egg and renew the bindings upon the world devourer, if you are worthy and if your bond is true. Thorn reached for the amulet, feeling its ancient power resonating with his own magic. And if we succeed, what becomes of the flame pact? The eldest tree's face began to fade back into the swirling patterns of bark. That shall be for you to decide. Perhaps something new must rise from the ashes of what was lost. The chamber of binding beneath the crystal mountain glittered with unearthly light, its walls embedded with gems that reflected and amplified the magical energies coursing through the vast cavern. At its center, upon an altar of obsidian, rested the stolen dragon egg, no longer the healthy crimson gold it had once been, but marbled with veins of oily darkness that pulsed like a diseased heart. Chancellor Vex stood before it, arms raised in supplication, chanting in a language that made Thorn's ears ache and blood trickle from Kaida's human nostrils. Around him stood 13 figures in hooded robes of midnight blue, their movements unnaturally synchronized as they maintained the corrupting spell. "We're too late," Kaida whispered, as they observed from behind a crystal formation. "The transformation has already begun." Thorn clutched the Heartfire amulet, feeling its power warming against his palm. "No, we can still stop this." He stepped into the open, channeling his magic through the amulet. "But Chancellor Vex, your treachery ends now." The Chancellor turned, his face splitting into an unnatural grin that stretched too wide for human features. "Emberfall, how fitting that you should witness the rebirth of the one true god of Moria." His voice had changed, layered with something ancient and terrible. The Flame Pact was always a prison, not just for the world devourer, but for the true potential of both human and dragon kind. Today, those chains shall be broken forever. He gestured, and the 13 figures moved as one to intercept Thorn and Kaida, who had now shifted back into her dragon form, her massive body barely contained by the enormous chamber. The battle was brief but devastating. Thorn's magic, amplified by the amulet, tore through the corrupted cultists, while Kaida's flame turned the very air to shimmering heat. But with each foe that fell, the darkness within the egg pulsed stronger, feeding on the violence and chaos. "The egg!" Thorn shouted over the din of combat. "We need to reach it before—" A crack appeared in the egg's surface, and darkness like liquid night began to seep through. With a desperate lunge, Thorn dove past Vex, slamming the Heartfire amulet against the egg's surface. Kaida's flame engulfed them both, channeling through Thorn, through the amulet, and into the corrupted shell. For one terrible moment, Thorn felt the ancient consciousness of the world devourer touch his mind, vast, cold, and hungry beyond imagining. It offered him power, vengeance against those who had wronged him, dominion over realms beyond mortal comprehension. But stronger than its temptations was the bond that had formed between human mage and dragon empress, a newborn trust forged in shared purpose and sacrifice. Together, they pushed back against the darkness, their combined power flowing through the amulet and into the egg, purging the corruption with cleansing fire. The egg's surface began to glow, the dark veins receding as its natural crimson-gold color returned. Chancellor Vex screamed, his body collapsing into ash as the entity that had possessed him was forcibly expelled and bound once more to its ancient prison deep within the mountain's heart. As the last of the corruption faded, the egg gave a single, healthy pulse of light. Then, with a sound like bells ringing across a still lake, it cracked open, not in the violent birth of an abomination, but in the natural hatching of new life. A tiny dragon, scales shimmering with all the colors of flame, emerged blinking into the world, its eyes, wise beyond its moments of life, fixed first on Kaida, then on Thorn. The flame pact must be renewed. Kaida's voice resonated in Thorn's mind, but not as it was before, not as a binding that separates, but as a joining that strengthens. Thorn nodded, understanding at last the true purpose of his bloodline's magic. A new covenant then, not between rulers who stand apart, but between peoples who stand together. The tiny dragon chirped its agreement, unfurling wings, still damp from the egg. Around them, the crystal chamber began to pulse with renewed light, the gems embedded in its walls no longer reflecting separate energies, but a single, harmonious power. In that moment, beneath the crystal mountain where ancient evil had been bound once more, magic itself began to change, no longer divided between human and dragon, but flowing freely between all beings of Moria, heralding the dawn of an age where old enemies would become the strongest of allies against the darkness that would always hunger to devour the world. Story 5. The ashen skies of Ravencrest hung low over crumbling battlements, their twilight glow casting long shadows across a land that had once been the jewel of Moria's crown. Where verdant fields had flourished, now only scorched earth remained. Where proud banners had fluttered in summer winds, now only tattered remnants clung to broken standards. And where King Aldrich the Just had once ruled with wisdom and mercy, there was only absence, a void as palpable as the perpetual dusk that had fallen since his death. Alaric Shadowblack pulled his weathered cloak tighter against the bitter wind that swept across the highlands. Once, that same cloak had been emblazoned with the silver falcon of the King's Honor Guard, a position earned through valor and unwavering loyalty. Now the emblem had been ripped away, leaving only frayed threads to mark its absence, much like the honor that had once defined his existence. The locals called him the Fallen Knight, in hushed whispers as he passed. Children were hurried inside, doors barred against his approach. 5 years had passed since King Aldrich's death. 5 years since Alaric had failed in his sacred duty to protect his liege. 5 years of exile, wandering the increasingly blighted lands of Ravencrest, as Lord Malachi's shadow spread from the obsidian tower in the north, corrupting everything it touched. Alaric trudged up the winding path to Widow's Peak, a lonely outcrop that overlooked what remained of Brighthaven, the last free city in the realm. Its walls, once white as pearl, now bore the scars of repeated assaults, magical and mundane alike. Within those walls, refugees from a dozen fallen settlements huddled together, clinging to a hope that dwindled with each passing day. Without intervention, Brighthaven would fall within a fortnight, a month at most. At the summit of Widow's Peak, stood a solitary figure, her silver-white hair catching the fading light like spun moonbeams. Alaric's heart clenched painfully at the sight. Even from behind, even after 5 years, he would know her anywhere. "Princess Lyra," he said, his voice rough from disuse. She turned to, and Alaric found himself pinned beneath the full force of those amethyst eyes, her father's eyes, cold as winter frost and twice as unforgiving. "Sir Alaric," she replied with brittle formality, "or is it simply Alaric now? I understand you relinquished your knighthood along with your honor." The barb struck true, but Alaric weathered it without flinching. He deserved far worse. "I received your message. You said you had information about the sword of 1,000 sighs." Lyra's delicate jaw tightened. "I have more than information. I have its location." She gestured toward Brighthaven below. "As you can see, we have little time for pleasantries. Malachi's forces grow stronger with each passing day. The city's wards falter. The ethereal company, what remains of it, cannot hold the eastern wall much longer." "The sword is a legend," Alaric said cautiously. "A bedtime story mothers tell children to assure them heroes will rise when darkness falls." "Is it?" Lyra withdrew a scroll from within her cloak, ancient vellum bound with silver thread that glimmered with faint enchantment. This map was hidden in my father's personal library, sealed with blood magic that only opened upon his death. It shows the entrance to the ethereal abyss, where the sword awaits one worthy to claim it." Alaric's eyes narrowed. "If such a weapon exists, why send for me? Surely there are knights within Brighthaven's walls who have not betrayed their oaths." "Because the map names you, Alaric Shadowblack," Lyra said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And written in my father's hand, alongside a prophecy as old as Ravencrest itself, when shadow consumes the land, the fallen shall rise to wield that which was forged from sacrifice, or all shall be lost to endless night." "Your father knew I would fail him," Alaric said bitterly. "No!" Lyra's gaze softened fractionally. "He knew something we are only beginning to understand. The night he died, the night you allegedly failed in your duty, was merely one move in a game that has been played since before our births. And now, whether I like it or not, it seems you are the only one who can retrieve the one weapon capable of turning back Malachi's darkness." She held out the scroll. "I despise you for living when my father died. I have dreamed of your suffering 1,000 times. But I will set aside that hatred if it means saving what remains of my people." Her hand trembled slightly. "Will you do this thing, fallen knight? Will you seek the sword of 1,000 sighs?" Alaric took the scroll, feeling the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders alongside the burden of his past failures. "I will try, your highness, though I doubt the spirits who guard it will find me worthy." "As do I," Lyra said coldly. "And which is why I shall accompany you." The whispering woods stretched before them, ancient trees twisting toward a sky perpetually veiled in mist. Once a place of wonder and magic, the forest had grown feral in recent years, its spirits turning hostile as Malachi's corruption seeped into the very soil of Ravencrest. 3 days had passed since their departure from Brighthaven, 3 days of tense silence broken only by necessary communication. Lyra rode ahead on her white mare, spine straight as a blade, eyes constantly scanning the tree line. The silver circlet upon her brow, the mark of her royal status, caught occasional beams of sunlight that penetrated the canopy, sending prismatic reflections dancing across the forest floor. Alaric followed on a sturdy mountain gelding, the only companion willing to tolerate his presence in the royal stables. The horse, like its rider, bore scars of old battles, a notched ear, a white line across its flank where a goblin blade had struck years ago. "We should reach the Font of Echoes by nightfall," Lyra said. breaking the silence as they paused at a fork in the overgrown path. According to the map, it marks the entrance to the ethereal abyss. The font has been corrupted, Alaric replied, dismounting to examine tracks pressed into the soft earth. Amalekai's scouts have been here recently, Lyra's brow furrowed. How could they know where we're going? Perhaps they don't, Alaric said, though doubt gnawed at him. They may simply be mapping potential weaknesses in Brighthaven's defenses. A distant howl shattered the forest's eerie quiet, followed by another, then a chorus. The hunting cry of shadow wolves, twisted creations of Malakai's dark magic. "We've been discovered," Alaric said grimly, drawing his sword, a plain steel blade, serviceable but unremarkable, like its wielder had become. "We ride hard for the font. It's our only chance." They abandoned the path, plunging deeper into the woods as mist thickened around them. Branches clawed at them like skeletal hands, roots rose to trip their mounts, and always the howling pursued them, drawing closer with each passing moment. The font of echoes appeared suddenly through the fog, a perfect circle of midnight blue water, so still it mirrored the twisted trees surrounding it with flawless precision. Ancient standing stones ringed the pool, each carved with runes that no living scholar could decipher. As they dismounted, the first of the shadow wolves burst from the underbrush, creatures of living darkness with eyes of crimson flame. Alaric pushed Lyra toward the font. "The portal!" "You know the incantation." Drawing his sword, he turned to face the pack. There were at least a dozen, their bodies rippling like smoke given form, teeth gleaming like shards of obsidian. Against such creatures, an ordinary blade would do little, but he could buy time, precious seconds for Lyra to open the way. Behind him, Lyra's voice rose in the ancient tongue of Ravencrest, words of power that had not been spoken aloud in centuries. The air around the font began to shimmer, the midnight blue water spiraling downward, revealing stone steps descending into unfathomable darkness. "Alaric, now!" she cried as the last word of the incantation left her lips. He retreated, blade flashing in a defensive arc that kept the slavering jaws at bay. Together, they plunged down the steps as shadow wolves howled in frustration, unable to cross the threshold of the ancient portal. Darkness enveloped them, absolute and complete. Then gradually, a pale blue illumination began to emanate from the very air around them, revealing a vast cavern stretching beyond comprehension. The ceiling arched impossibly high overhead, stalactites hanging like the teeth of a leviathan. The floor beneath their feet was smooth obsidian, polished to mirror-like perfection. And all around them, drifting through the ethereal blue light, were figures, translucent and ghostly, their features noble but sorrowful. "The fallen heroes of Ravencrest," Lyra whispered in awe, "those who died defending the realm throughout the ages." The spirits took no notice of them, drifting in eternal procession toward a distant pedestal that rose from the obsidian floor. Upon it, gleaming with inner light, rested a sword unlike any crafted by mortal hands. Its blade was crystalline, seeming to shift between silver and sapphire depending on how the light struck it. Its hilt was wrapped in what appeared to be woven moonlight, and set in its pommel was a single teardrop diamond that contained what looked like a swirling galaxy. "The sword of 1,000 sighs," Alaric breathed. As they approached, the spirits finally seemed to become aware of their presence. One by one, the ghostly figures turned, their hollow eyes fixing upon the visitors. A collective whisper rose like wind through autumn leaves. "The betrayer comes seeking redemption." Alaric felt their cold regard, like physical weight, upon his shoulders. "I come seeking to right a wrong," he said, his voice echoing across the vast chamber. "To save what remains of the kingdom, I failed." A spirit drifted forward, a warrior whose armor bore the royal crest of Raven Crest from 3 centuries past. To claim the sword, one must be worthy. To be worthy, one must face truth. "I am prepared to face my failure," Alaric said firmly. "Are you prepared to face betrayal?" another spirit asked. This one a woman bearing wounds that had clearly ended her mortal life. Before Alaric could answer, the air before them shimmered, and an image formed, a memory made manifest. King Aldric's private chambers on the night of his death. Alaric saw himself standing guard outside the door, vigilant and unaware of what transpired within. The scene shifted to show the interior, where a hooded figure moved silently toward the sleeping king. As the assassin drew back his hood, Lyra gasped beside him. The face revealed was one Alaric knew as well as his own. His twin brother, Rorik, believed lost in the northern campaign 3 years before the king's death. "It cannot be," Alaric whispered, watching as his brother drew a blade black as night from beneath his cloak. "The truth you never knew," the spirits whispered in unison. The betrayal deeper than failure." The scene continued, showing Rorik leaning close to the dying king, whispering, "Lord Malachi sends his regards. Your line ends, and the age of shadow begins." Then the memory shifted once more, revealing Rorik slipping past Alaric's position through a secret passage, his brother never knowing how close he had come to intercepting the assassin. The vision faded, leaving Alaric shaken to his core. "My brother lives," he said hoarsely, "and serves Malachi." Lyra's face had gone pale as marble. "You truly didn't know." "I would have given my life to prevent your father's death," Alaric said, meeting her gaze directly for the first time in 5 years. "Instead, I have lived with the shame of failure." "Now you face a choice," the spirits intoned. "The sword may be claimed by one who seeks vengeance or by one who seeks justice. It responds to the heart's true intention." Alaric approached the pedestal slowly, feeling the weight of 1,000 ghostly gazes upon him. "I seek neither vengeance nor justice for myself," he said quietly. "I seek restoration for Ravencrest, for its people, for the light that has been dimmed but not extinguished." He reached for the hilt, hesitating just before his fingers touched the woven moonlight. "And if I must face my brother to achieve this, I will do so not with hatred, but with the hope that he too might be restored to what he once was." As his hand closed around the sword's hilt, a sound like 1,000 voices exhaling in perfect unison filled the chamber. The blade flared with brilliant light, its crystalline edge now pulsing with inner fire that cast rainbow reflections across the obsidian floor. "The sword recognizes its wielder," the spirits whispered, beginning to fade. "Go forth, Alaric Lightbringer, no longer fallen but risen. Bear the last breaths of heroes into battle against the encroaching night." Lyra stood transfixed, witnessing the transformation of the man she had hated for half a decade. Gone was the haunted, hollow-eyed wanderer. In his place stood a knight reforged, purpose burning in his gaze like the dawn breaking after endless night. "The path ahead will not be easy," she said softly. "Brighthaven stands on the brink. And your brother—" "My brother made his choice," Alaric replied, the sword of 1,000 sighs gleaming at his side. "As I have made mine. For 5 years I have carried the weight of perceived failure. Now I understand it was but preparation for this moment." He extended his hand to her. "Princess Lyra, will you stand with me against the darkness?" After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his. "For Ravencrest, for my father, for all who have fallen and all who remain." Together they ascended the steps back toward the world above, where shadow wolves prowled and Malachi's forces gathered. But now they carried with them a weapon forged from sacrifice and redemption, a blade that whispered with the final breaths of 1,000 heroes, a sword that could pierce the heart of darkness itself. And in the obsidian tower far to the north, Rorik Shadowblack felt a sudden chill as the perfect balance of his betrayal began to shift. His brother was coming, bearing light into shadow, and the final battle for Moria's soul would soon begin. Story 6. In the shadow-dappled halls of the Eternal Archives, where time itself seemed to flow differently among the countless scrolls and leather-bound tomes, the first signs of calamity went unnoticed. A whisper of displaced air, a shimmer in the darkness between bookcases that stretched toward vaulted ceilings. Only the dust motes, dancing in shafts of amber light that filtered through stained glass windows, depicting the founding of Moria, witnessed the theft that would unravel reality itself. The codex of broken runes, bound in midnight blue dragonhide with silver clasps that had never tarnished in 8 centuries, was gone, leaving behind only a rectangular void in the velvet-lined shelf where it had rested since the Age of Whispers. 3 days later, the first runes appeared. Leandra Inkwell's quill paused over parchment as screams erupted from the courtyard below her window in the archive's western tower. The young scribe's apprentice, with her ink-stained fingers and eyes the color of aged parchment, leaned out to see a market vendor clawing at his forearm, where glowing symbols carved themselves into his flesh like molten silver. Blood never came, only light. And when the man stopped screaming, his eyes held the vacant look of one whose memories had been rewritten. "All hail the Archmage, true Emperor of Moria," he intoned, voice hollow as a temple bell. By nightfall, 7 more citizens bore the strange markings. By dawn, dozens. Each victim emerged transformed. Their loyalties shifted to this mysterious archmage, a figure mentioned in no official record Leandra could find in her frantic research through the night. "Touch nothing more," commanded Master Thaddeus, chief guardian of the Memory Order, his ancient face grave beneath his ceremonial hood of midnight blue and silver. The old man's eyes narrowed at the volumes spread before Leandra. "These matters are beyond an apprentice," but as Thaddeus reached to close a weathered tome before her, Leandra gasped. On the page where her mentor's shadow fell, symbols that had appeared as ordinary script suddenly glowed with an inner light visible only to her eyes. I can read them," she whispered. Master Thaddeus froze, his expression shifting from dismissal to terror in a heartbeat. "Impossible," he breathed. Then more urgently, "What does it say?" "The Oathbreaker returns, the vessel awakens, the word becomes flesh." Leandra's voice trembled. "Master, what does it mean?" Instead of answering, Thaddeus backed away, horror etching deeper lines into his weathered face. His hand moved to the ceremonial dagger at his belt, the blade all memory guardians carried to defend knowledge too dangerous for the world. "You bear her blood," he whispered. "Elysia's daughter, the lost oracle." Before Leandra could process his words, alarm bells began to toll across the capital. Through the window, she saw citizens in the streets below collapsing as runes erupted across their skin like wildfire. When they rose again, their movements were synchronized, their faces blank as they turned toward the archives. "Run!" Thaddeus commanded, pressing a small key into her palm. "The eastern gate. A horse awaits. Find the sand nomads beyond the glass desert. Ask for Captain Varric." His eyes softened momentarily. "I always suspected, but hoped. Go, child. You are the last hope of Moria." As he spoke, the tower door splintered. Guards with glowing runes carved into their faces burst in, their eyes vacant, voices speaking in unison. "Seize the vessel." Thaddeus drew his dagger and placed himself between Leandra and the entranced guards. "Remember what you've read?" he called over his shoulder. Trust nothing but the runes you can see. Leandra fled through a concealed passage behind the bookshelves, the sounds of combat fading behind her. Guilt and confusion warred in her heart, but the urgency in her mentor's voice drove her forward. The Eastern Gate, then the Glass Desert, then this Captain Varric, one step at a time. 3 days later, parched and sunburnt despite the enchanted cloak she'd stolen from a merchant's abandoned cart, Leandra stumbled upon the nomad encampment as the twin moons of Moria rose over the rippling dunes of the Glass Desert. Tents of impossible colors billowed like phantom sails, their fabrics shimmering with protective enchantments. Fires of blue and green burned without fuel, and the air smelled of spices unknown to the capital's markets. "Halt, archive rat," came a voice from the darkness, followed by the unmistakable sound of a crossbow being cocked. "State your business or become food for the sandworms." "I seek Captain Varric," Leandra managed through cracked lips. "Master Thaddeus sent me." A pause, then, "Thaddeus lives." "When I left him," she answered truthfully. I cannot say now." A figure materialized from the shadows, a woman with skin like polished bronze and eyes that reflected the moonlight like a predator's. "Follow, speak to no one, touch nothing." The warrior woman led her through the encampment, past curious eyes and whispered conversations in a dialect Leandra couldn't quite grasp. They stopped before the largest tent, its entrance framed by bones that Leandra recognized with scholarly horror as dragon vertebrae. "Wait here," the woman commanded, ducking inside. When she emerged, she merely pulled back the tent flap in silent invitation. Inside, illuminated by hovering orbs of golden light, sat a man whose presence filled the space like a brewing storm. One half of his face was handsome, if weathered by sun and battle, strong jaw, keen eyes the color of burnished amber, close-cropped silver-streaked hair. The other half was a tapestry of intricate runes, silver against his tanned skin, disappearing beneath the high collar of his indigo cloak. "So," he said, voice like distant thunder, "Thaddeus finally admits he needs my help." His visible eyebrow arched. "And he sends a scribe's apprentice as his messenger. I'm more than that, apparently," Leandra replied, surprising herself with her boldness. "I can read the broken runes." The change in Varric was immediate. He stood, towering over her, his runed eye flaring with inner light. "Impossible, unless—" He studied her face with new intensity. "By the void, your Elysia's get." Something in Leandra snapped. "I'm tired of cryptic recognitions and half-explanations. My mentor may be dead. People are being transformed by runes in the capital, and something called the Archmage is behind it all. Either explain what's happening, or I'll find someone who will." A bark of laughter escaped Varric. "Spirit too good." He gestured to a cushioned seat. "The explanation is simple enough. The world as you know it is a lie, little oracle. A beautiful, stable lie that's kept Moria safe for centuries, and now someone wants to rewrite it." Over the next hour, Varric revealed a history absent from the archives, most sacred texts. How Moria had once been a realm of chaos, where reality bent to the will of those who could read and write the primal runes. How a great war among these reality shapers had nearly unmade existence itself. How the last oracle, Leandra's mother, had sacrificed herself to stabilize reality, binding the most dangerous runes into the Codex and establishing the memory guardians to preserve the sanctioned version of history. "And now the Codex is stolen," Leandra concluded. "But who is this Archmage?" Varric's hand moved unconsciously to the runed side of his face. "Someone who remembers the old world and wants its power restored. Someone who's been planning this since the binding." His eyes met hers. "Someone who can only complete his spell with the blood of an oracle." "Me!" Leandra whispered. You, Varric confirmed, but also your greatest weapon. The runes on your countrymen are compelling them, rewriting their memories and loyalties, but you can see the true runes, which means you might learn to write them too. Learn from whom? She demanded. If my mother is gone, from the source of the first words, Varric said, a place deep in the shattered mountains where the boundary between thought and reality is thinnest, where your mother performed the binding. He stood, decision made. We leave at dawn. The journey will take 16 days if we're fortunate, longer if we're not. And if the Archmage completes his spell before then? Varric's expression darkened. Then we pray he's merciful to those he considers beneath him, which, I assure you, is everyone. As Leandra lay that night on cushions in a corner of Varric's tent, sleep eluded her. Outside, the nomad camp prepared for journey, voices murmuring, metal clinking. The enormity of what she'd learned pressed down upon her like a physical weight. She raised her hand in the dimness, studying her ink-stained fingers. These hands that had copied text so dutifully might now need to write words that changed reality itself. The thought was terrifying, and yet, somewhere deep within her blood, something resonated with the idea, something that felt like coming home. Mother, she whispered to the darkness, if any part of you remains in this world or beyond it, guide me. Help me understand what I must become. No answer came, save the desert wind, but as Leandra finally drifted towards sleep, the moon's light through the tent fabric seemed to trace ephemeral patterns on her skin. Patterns that, for just a moment, looked remarkably like runes. In the capital, under a sky where stars began to rearrange themselves into unfamiliar constellations, a figure in robes of midnight blue stood atop the archive's highest tower. His face, young despite the centuries he had lived, smiled as he watched reality's first fractures appear. Thin lines of emptiness between buildings that shouldn't be adjacent, echoes of words spoken days ago reverberating through sudden temporal eddies. The Archmage raised the Codex of Broken Runes to the altered heavens. The Oracle awakens, he whispered to the book. As I knew she would. He traced a symbol on the cover, and across the glass desert, Leandra Inkwell bolted awake from uneasy dreams. A scream caught in her throat as knowledge poured into her mind like molten silver. Knowledge of who she was, who her mother had been, and what powers slumbered in her veins. The battle for Moria's reality had begun,